Okay, board members, if you could turn your video on, please. And we are starting the YouTube. Okay, we are live on the YouTube. We haven't started the meeting yet. Okay, so hang on, everyone. I think Sam Gone is trying to reconnect. Again, we are live on YouTube, but we haven't started the meeting yet.
There we go. I think I'm on. Can you guys hear me?
Okay. Yes. Is this other Sam you, Sam? There's another Sam here. Is that you? I'm going to put this Sam back in the waiting. Oh, maybe that's Sam Lemo. That's Sam Lemo.
Yeah, I think it's Sam Lemo.
Okay. Let's see. We are, member Oy is not here today. But so are we still missing someone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I think we can start. So Darlene, if you're ready, we can start. I think she is.
We're ready.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. This is the July 24, 2020 meeting of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you for being with us today. We are having the meeting on Zoom due to the COVID-19 restrictions that we are currently experiencing. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube for the public. We have received written testimony on items, and persons who wanted to provide live oral testimony signed up in advance. So we will be calling those people at the appropriate time. At this point, I would like to ask Dr. Gahn to read our standard contested case statement.
Thank you, Chair. In some of the matters before the board, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the board's decision, then the board will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the board decides the issue, then request a contested case after the decision. It is up to you. Any request must be made in writing within 10 days. If no request for a contested case is made, the board will make a decision the department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly.
Thank you. One point is that due to the approaching storm, we will need to take a break from 11:15 to 12:15 so that we can do, I can do a little planning, and we will be moving the agenda around a little bit, but we will start out by doing the agenda in order. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to just pause because member Char is trying to get in here.
Hey, Russell.
Yes.
You got a nice earring on your ear.
I gotta wear them every day when I go to the convention center. I help with the labor claims.
It would look better if you shaved your head, I think.
We're still live on YouTube and we're trying to connect member Char and making sure member Ewan is audible. So Chris, can you speak? Chris, can you hear us? Chris Ewan? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Chris cannot hear us, I guess. Chris, can you hear now? Chris, can you hear the meeting? No. Okay, wait. Okay, Chris, can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you. And
Okay,
I-
Sam, can you say something, or Jimmy, can you say something?
Chris, good morning.
Oh, wait,
Morning, Chris.
Try to-
Morning, Chris.
morning, Jimmy. I think I'll have to make do like this for now.
okay. Okay, so now we're still just trying to get member Char in.
You're gonna have a lady that do sign language for you.
Okay, if you guys could just wait, I'm just double checking on member Char.
I sent Vernon the updated link that Darlene sent us earlier this morning and told him that he would have to use the passcode as well.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Sam. That passcode, I had to use it 3 times before I could connect.
Yeah, I had trouble too. I'm gonna blame Hurricane Douglas for all of this.
Of course. I think you could blame COVID, I think.
That too.
Yes, testing the microphone.
I can hear you on the cell phone, Chris. And I think everybody can hear you.
I just heard Chris.
Chris, we cannot hear that.
Okay. I was just testing my computer. It's still not working.
Okay.
The connection is for some reason not working on
Okay.
the phone. more of the.
We're just, again, waiting for member Char to be able to log in. Okay.
Suzanne, we have two Chris Ewens on the, with all the photos.
I think one of them
Well-
needs his phone.
Yeah, okay, Chris, you're, when I asked to unmute, you don't see it because you're on your iPhone.
Just a second.
Yep, there we
Yeah,
go.
okay, now I'm good. Suzanne, we can hang up on the cell phone.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm.
The other one, I assume
Now
the
I'm
other
all
one-
here.
Good. The other
Oh,
one I
boy.
assume is your computer, the other Chris Ewan here. And we're just, again, waiting for. Do you want me to log you off on your, wait, I can't do that. You want to log off on your, oh, you probably want to watch everybody. Okay, we're good on Chris. And so. again, we're
Oh,
just
boy,
waiting.
but
We're
no, I'm
still
off.
live. Can you hear us? You can't hear us? Chris? You can't hear us? Can you hear us? Chris, can you hear us?
Testing, 1, 2, Chris.
My watch has stopped.
Can you guys hear me now?
Now
Yeah.
we can.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have Vernon yet.
Oh, we don't, but I tell you what, why don't we go ahead?
You have quorum.
We have quorum. So we'll go ahead and he can join us when he can. All right, first item up is A1, the minutes from the May 22, 2020 meeting. Board members, just to remind you, we had this on the agenda for the last meeting, but the meeting date was wrong by 2 days, and in an abundance of caution, we deferred it. So do you have any comments to these minutes? And if not, somebody want to make a motion to approve the May 22, 2020 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is unanimous with Gomes, Case, Gone, Yoon, and Yuwen. All right, first up then is item D1.
Morning, board members, Russell Fuji for Land Division. D1 is a sale of a remnant abandoned ditch on Kauai. The portions of the ditch has already been offered to the neighboring properties. And so this is getting rid of this particular parcel. I don't have anything to add on this.
Hey, board members, do you have any questions on this?
Seems pretty straightforward to me.
Okay, I believe we have no testimony on it. Actually, yeah, we have no testimony on it. So somebody want to make a motion to approve as submitted?
Move to approve as submitted for staff signature.
Second.
Is there, all right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous with those 5 members voting. Item D2. Russell?
D2 is the consent to assign a sublease for this roof sublease, as if you want to call it, for solar panels at the Hilo and Naniloa. It looks like the entity is switching, but the operator or manager of the entity is still going to remain the same. this is part of a renewable energy project up in Hilo, Naniloa, I believe with Mr. Bushore.
Okay, board
Okay.
members, do you have any questions on this one? Okay, hearing, just checking if there's any testimony on this.
If we don't have any public testimony, I'll move. to approve.
And I second.
Okay, wait 1 second. No testimony. All right. Second. All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, those
Aye.
5 approve. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to item D3. We have some people joining for this one, so give us a second to let those people in. Okay, I have to just double check. I thought I just heard a Koki. Okay, I'm
Remember
only
you,
seeing this one person in the waiting room. Let me just double check.
Are those cookie in your yard, Chris? Well, I wonder if he can hear us. I think maybe he's audio offline again.
Did you see Vernon got on, but he's muted?
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Chris,
they should be able.
okay.
I hear you guys.
Okay. Good thing I didn't say anything bad then.
Yeah, it's,
You're muted.
I was reading your lips.
oh.
Okay.
It's,
We're waiting
it's
we're
kind
waiting
of
for one-
quiet, but
Yeah,
We're
you're
waiting for one person who had signed up to testify, who we're just making sure has the meeting code.
Do you want to use your earphones?
This is Cynthia Day, and I have Tracy Hayward here with me on our computer because we were having an issue. So if you're waiting for
Okay.
her, she's here.
Okay, we're also waiting for Irish O'Hara.
Well, Uncle Irish.
Russell, why don't we do D4 and 5 while we're waiting?
Where'd you get that?
It just,
Oh, no.
Okay.
Somebody needs to turn
D4.
off their YouTube.
Okay, let's
Okay, you're unmuted. So they can hear you talking.
it's still too loud. Brennan, we can hear you.
Oh, but now he's muted again.
So we're gonna move to D4 and D5?
Okay, shall I do it now? D4 is a request to amend a governor's executive order, amending it to revise the Mackay boundary of parcel B to the seaward edge of the breakwater. This is in the Waianae coast area. That way the county would be managing that area. I don't have anything to add on this submittal.
Okay, questions, board members? On D4? There's no public testimony on D4. Okay, somebody want to make a motion to approve D4?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
That's
And D5
unanimous. That's unanimous. I just want to note that right now we have 6 board members. So when I say unanimous, it's everyone except member Oy, who couldn't join us today. Okay,
Okay, and D5 is a grant of perpetual non-exclusive easement for water meter purposes to the City and County of Honolulu Board of Water Supply. This is to service the Aloha Stadium area.
okay, questions, board members?
If
No
there's no
public-
testimony, I'll move to approve.
All right,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. Let me just see where we are on. All right, we're still gonna move on. So let me see if we can just do a couple of the state parks items and come back to this one.
Kirk.
Yeah, I saw him for a moment, then he ran off.
Perfect timing. You just finished.
Is that the cookie?
Can you guys hear me?
If you are in the meeting, please make sure you have signed off on YouTube.
Okay, I'm having some tech difficulties with the video.
Okay, Kurt, if you're available to go ahead, why don't you go ahead with item E1,
Certainly. Yeah, I apologize. Something's wrong with the video feed, so you can
Oh,
only.
you know what, Kurt, I turned it off because you weren't ready. So there you go. Try to turn it back on now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay, good morning, board members. Kurt Cottrell, Administrator for the Division of State Parks. And I have with me Alan Carpenter, our Assistant Administrator, San Kim, our Property Manager, to go over both items E1 and E2, and we have a change for E3. So in regards to E1, it is a pretty straightforward renewal of the revocable permit to Republic Parking for the collection of parking fees at Coquet and Waimea Canyon State Parks. The narrative in the remarks section is a little bit inaccurate based on the COVID situation, where we have visitors flocking to Coquet to enjoy wildland picnic, camping, lodging, etc. Right now, it's pretty much empty. We have only resident traffic and a very small amount of visitor traffic, if any. And so what we're trying to do with Republic Parking for both items E1 and E2 is just get prepared for when and if we start to receive what we anticipate will be a slow attriculation of visitors coming back in. And one of the other variables currently too is we'll be coming to you folks in August. We've just completed the public process for our fee increase for parking, entry, lodging, camping. And so these RPs are kind of like just Band-Aids to keep the relationship together should we start getting tourism back in, with the understanding that once the new fees are approved, that we're going to have to restructure virtually all of these parking entry concession contracts. So if you don't mind, I'll just, since they're kind of bundled, E2, as you know, is a lot more complicated in regards to the metrics of how we measure success there. It's primarily to provide management so that we can continue this relationship with the county shuttle system. And Republic Parking has created the offsite reservation system, which I believe they still own. Yes, yeah. So Republic Parking still retains the intellectual property rights to the reservation system that is one of the critical components of us trying to reboot how we manage the visitors in, as you know, sensitive parks that are surrounded by local rural communities. And so in regard to E2, again, we just want to continue this relationship. The system is up and running. Very, very, very low numbers, at this point, primarily residents. We're seeing a slight increase of visitors either breaking quarantine or actually after their 14-day, quarantine stay. So, and again, in August, we'll be coming to you guys with a much more robust fee package for your approval now that we've gone through the public process. And then we're going to have to see what is new in regards to out-of-state visitation, the COVID pandemic, and then how we restructure the numbers in regards to the new fees and new relationships that may come out of that through a process like through IFBs or whatever. So that pretty much sums it up. Yeah.
And we never got like that full year of data.
Yeah, and we never got a full year of data in order to really measure how this is working, because we got cut off at the knees in March in terms of patronage numbers. So at this point, we kind of need a Ouija board to figure out what the income stream is going to be moving forward for the next 6, 7, 8 months.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to HAENA,
Yeah.
independent of the income stream aspects of it, how was the shuttle and parking arrangement working with regard to control of numbers up until the point where numbers fell out of the bottom?
It was working actually really well, and I'll let Alan speak to that because this is pretty much his project.
Sure, Sam, thanks for the question. Alan Carpenter, Assistant Administrator. Yeah, actually, we set a sort of an arbitrary limit of, we wanted 900 maximum patrons per day, down from over 2,000 prior to implementing that new system. We averaged about 650 persons a day, including locals, over the last year. So we actually, we cut it down even further than we expected. There were some growing pains, I think, trying to manage the shuttle independent, well, semi-tied in with our reservation system, because people's preference was obviously to drive there in their own cars. So we had to continually adjust those numbers, the capacity for out-of-state visitors to enter by vehicle, to help incentivize the shuttle. Because the shuttle, if it wasn't full, was much more economically tenuous than we were with the cars in the lot. And we weren't doing it to make money, we were doing it to help. The last thing I'll add is that I think one of the nicest things about the way it all worked out was that we provided something, I think, between the shuttle and the parking vendor, we created like a dozen jobs, and almost all were people in the community. And the folks working for us were like a who's who of generational families from the North Shore, which was just an amazing sort of tangible benefit and something that the community was really looking to do, right? So.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that reply.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have I have a question. Hang on. I think I've managed to join using, are you getting an echo?
A little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I've joined using both my phone and the online, and I'm gonna have to leave in about
There.
5 minutes for a doctor's appointment. Let me just
It's not that bad, Chris. Just
hang
go.
on. Yeah, so I had a question, Kurt, about the letters we received from another parking company. And first of all, is the gentleman who wrote those letters or someone from that company signed up for public input on this agenda item?
as I see it, he submitted written testimony, but I don't think he signed up for verbal testimony.
Okay, so then let me just ask Kurt, you've seen those, I suppose, and do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I do. Sang, I think, can speak better, but it's a very ambitious cash assumption. I think their assumptions on how this is working might be a little naive based on our patronage and also, like I said, the relationship with like a computer reservation system. But Sang, you want to add to that a little bit?
No, I'm just going to be echoing what he's saying. It is a pretty unique situation. We are artificially limiting the number of spots available. So, we went from, 100 total parking spaces, and I think initially we had a holdback of 25 for locals, and now that number gets shrunk down even more as, park capacity, fluctuates. Weekends, we're kind of envisioning moving forward that weekends may be as low as, having 20 available for reservations. So it's a little complex, and so I think some of the assumptions that, I reached out to that vendor to get some more information and to provide some more information. I think for all of us, we're kind of looking for the same thing. We want it to function, provide the level of service that we expect, and then to be compensated accordingly. And so, we plan on having this RP for the year, and then when we go out to bid, we'll have all the specs, hopefully with enough information. And I think Stephen at that point could probably make a run at it. A little premature now to do it in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, it's very tempting based on those numbers and based on our bone crushing deficit for operations. However, as Sang said, I would rather maintain something that's working, and I don't think the numbers that were provided can be obtained, and I don't want to set us up for failure by changing horses in the middle of the stream. And the big takeaway is secure parking. We'll get a crack at the contract once we get the data and we get a year's worth of operational metrics under our belt, and it will come in at the higher fees once we get the new fees in place, which then the marketplace will then everybody will get another shot at it. And there is some we have to still work through some of the legal relationships with the public on the reservation system, which is a key element for the Hyena model, which we hope to then duplicate and export to other state parks where we have these same kind of issues. Does that kind of answer where you were, because you're looking at the numbers, right, Chris?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm okay with continuing this on a RP for a while. I thought is August. August is not when when are you thinking of letting out the concession?
You mean to rebid and everything?
Yeah, rebid this thing, like opening it up to public competition.
Well, the first things first is we got to get the new fees in place, because it would be premature to do that on this current fee model, which is going to be obsolete once we get the approval. And then we need these performance metrics to figure out how to put it out for the marketplace. And again, like I mentioned earlier, it's really really hard under COVID to even measure any kind of performance metrics on income until that element is restabilized, if in fact it is, right? It's a very unstable situation to put anything out to market, because we're already dealing with a plethora of lessees, as you know, that are in contractual relationships and are failing right now. We're still trying to figure out the mechanics of, you know, reconfiguring those relationships to provide a realistic relief, you know, to concessions and tenants and whatnot. It's just a bad time to put something out to market. We just don't know, yeah.
Well, I agree, and I have no problem with continuing this RP, and I, for the time being, and I trust you guys to get, when we can, put it up out to public competition with all these potentially other companies that might want to go with it. I do want to caution one thing when I hear about this reservation system. Let's not lock ourselves in. I mean, somebody else could probably create a reservation system, and if that's part of the concession contract to have it, then put it in there. But this does seem like an enterprise, a business where there are a number of possible vendors, and so we need to go to a competitive process when things settle down. At the moment, it's an academic exercise because you don't have a heck of a lot of people trying to park.
Yeah, there's no more big buses going into Coquet, Waimea, and we don't know when and if that's going to happen. One thing with the reservation system, and I think secure parking, I don't think they factored in their investment costs for in terms of if we scrapped this RP and then they had to go from soup to nuts on a new computerized online reservation system. I don't know if that was reflected in there. I think they were just looking at models when they used to count cars pre-COVID. That's my assumption anyway.
It has to be, but you know, talk to them. I wish they were on this meeting, but you know, keep your lines of communication open with all these other companies.
Yeah, I phoned them as early as this morning at 8 to follow up. So, you know, I'm always available. So we'll definitely be in touch with them.
Okay, that's all I have. And I'm sorry, but I have to run for a while. I'll probably be about an hour before I be back.
Okay. Other questions, board members, on E1 or E2?
For me, the questions have been answered already. I had the same question that Chris had, but Kirk, you took care of it very well. Thank you.
Okay, in lieu of Kauai, I move to approve both E1 and E2 as submitted.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Going to hang on one second to figure out the next agenda item.
Folks, can you hear me?
Yes, Kirk.
Yeah, the Division of State Parks is requesting to withdraw E3 from the agenda. I apologize, we didn't get that information to you guys sooner. We have new information. We've reached out to the tenants. As you can see, it's a pretty poor performance record, but our property management division or section is determined we might be able to renegotiate this and clean up the arrears and the condition of the property.
Originally, what prompted this was he wanted to visit the cabin because he was.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. So what originally prompted this surrender was that he was in poor health, and so didn't think he could actually manage and maintain the cabin. He subsequently recovered enough where he feels he can do so. We're still preparing a notice of default for the various issues regarding rent, insurance, and the cabin. So he'll have a certain deadline to meet his obligations, and we're going to come up with a plan for him. If he can't meet that, instead of him just forfeiting his cabin. It will be an eviction, and he understands the consequences. So we were informed Wednesday, so that's why we really didn't have enough time to let you guys know, and we apologize for that.
So on that basis, we request to withdraw E3.
Okay.
Do we have our AG on today? Oh,
Yes, we have Cindy Young and William Weinhoff.
okay. It's just that they're not. I don't see any of their faces.
They're not on video.
Okay.
Members, we're gonna skip ahead to item F1 right now. So that's the informational briefing. So we're gonna be letting the Division of Aquatic Resources people in for that. So please bear with us for 1 second. I think they may all be in. Darlene, let me know when you think they're all in. I think they
In
are.
the meantime, I guess we can let the folks that are waiting for item D, we can let them go.
All right, I will put them, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask them to turn their video off. Sorry, D3. I think we'll put you back in the waiting room. So you'll be able to listen on YouTube. But for now, we're skipping ahead on a couple of other agenda items. So you can listen on YouTube. Okay. Brian, I think we're ready to go with item F1.
Yeah, and I see Ku'ulei. Aloha.
Aloha, Chair and board members. I believe we have all the participants online here, but I'm Brian Nielsen, Administrator of Division of Aquatic Resources. I'm also joined by Chris Teague, our DAR Kona biologist, Ku'ulei Keakealani, Kaupulehu community member, Eric Conklin of the Nature Conservancy, Natalie Kurashima of Kamehameha Schools, and also Kaupulehu Marine Life Advisory Council member who will be presenting to the board today. So this is an informational briefing titled Why We Wait, a Ai Kekahi a Kapi Hekahi, 4-year review of the Kaupulehu Marine Reserve. So this is a briefing that was requested by the board members following the Marine 30 by 30 initiative briefing a couple of months ago. So as Hawaii moves forward with establishing new marine management areas, it's important we also evaluate the status of existing marine managed areas. Although some marine managed areas like Kaupulehu rely on tools and techniques established centuries ago, they're applied against a much different seascape and landscape with increased population density, development, tourism, and climate change. We'll learn today about the status of aquatic resources under the current Kaupulehu Marine Reserve 4 years after designation. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chris Teague.
Aloha, everybody. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today about the Kaupulehu community management efforts and the Tri-Weight Marine Reserve. The Division of Aquatic Resources has sought to support this community's effort both through the establishment of Kaupulehu as a fish replenishment area in 1999, as well as its change in designation to a marine reserve in 2016. Additionally, DAR has been conducting long-term monitoring within the reserve for the past 20 years. We're glad that DAR has been able to play a part in this process, and we intend to continue that support far into the future. Today, you'll hear from members of the Kaupulehu Marine Life Advisory Committee, which includes lineal descendants, landowners, and Kamehameha Schools, along with partners at the Nature Conservancy, who will be sharing about the past, the present, and the future of Kaupulehu community's management goals. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ku'ulei.
And I'm gonna share my screen for Auntie Ku'ulei right now.
Mahalo na. Good to see you.
Aloha mai.
I am honored and privileged to bring to you folks today this intro piece to our initiative, Try Wait. Now we kind of look at it as Why We Wait. I wanted to entitle this presentation Ai Ikekahi e Kapi Ikekahi. When you look at this Olelo No'eau of our kupuna of kahiko, for me, it really alludes to this word, abundance, that there was lava pono, there was enough, by which you could salt some, save some for later, for another time. And it also lends itself to this notion that we are well supplied and we have for now. We have some that we can eat right now. We also have some to save and savor at a later date. So, e ai ikekahi, e kapi ikekahi. For me, as a lineal descendant of this land of Kaupulehu, also adjoining Ahupua'a to its north of Pu'ua'awa'a and Pu'uanahulu, we bring forward this one and only photo that I know of exists of this time of my grandfather's birth here at Kahuvai, Kaupulehu. We see their house, their fishing hale as well, their lako, lavaia for their fishing supplies, their nets, their va'a. Grandpa born and raised into the Opelu fishing tradition of North Kona, Kaupulehu. And so from this time of Grandpa's mother, we push forward. Here are people I descend from at our little beautiful, the Red Church of Pu'uanahulu, which is where Grandpa and his relatives of Pu'uanahulu are set in this photo. Kalamaku Keola Church up in our homelands of Pu'uanahulu. Nevertheless, from this time for me, I greet you. I am Ku'ulei Kekealani, descendant of these people you see in this photo. And as such, seated as a lineal descendant, I join and I come upon this, this table. And little do I know what is unfolding and what are the things to come. But for me, it is about listening to place, taking this Ike Kupuna, this knowledge base that I believe I hold in a line of succession. And it's about this very vahi, this place that our eyes can peer upon right in this lovely photo, this seemingly rugged, but epic and beautiful shoreline of Kalaimano. For us to kilo, right, to go into these deep-seated observations, listen to place. What is place saying? What is the messages that this vahi, this ahupua, its shoreline and the resources of this resources, what are they telling us? And so for us as the human with this relation to place, we were propelled and prompted to move, to do something, right? There was a need, there was a kahea. These people that you see on the screen and many others listened, right? We listened to place. So this formalizing of what is the KMLAC, the Kaupulehu Marine Life Advisory Committee, made up of these folks, these agencies, developers, landowner, and us, the lineal descendants, to lend our voice on this table was and is extremely humbling. But I believe it is, for at least this committee, not a voice that is void. We absolutely bring forward our voice and ask everyone to join us, right, in this initiative. So there's this big point in time where we're gonna imi, we're searching, we're looking for answers. What can we do, right? We were, I don't wanna say we were tired, but to hear kupuna, to hear our parent generation, and even us in our generation hear quotes like, not like before, no more today, pau kapono, kind of all of these sentiments about our resources and the things that's happening, really, right? The gist is the decline, not like before, not abundant, not like how it used to be. So this, I believe, was the root at why we said, we gotta do something. And so we enter into this time to look and search and listen. We go far, we go wide. What are our options? What can we do? Might we do this? Can we try that? What do we do? So right, in essence, we kind of board this va'a. We holo ike kai. We go and we look and we listen, continue to heed the calls of place. And our va'a, in essence, is going to settle. We're going to land upon what we believe was the best choice for us, this Tri-Wait initiative, a 10-year rest period for the resources of place, these kumu vai vai, the resources that are so defining for us Kanaka in so many ways, that they need time to rest. They need time to replenish. And meanwhile, we will work extremely diligently in looking at that mua'aku, that forward. What happens then when this 10-year rest period is over? So finally, I kind of just swing right back up to our title, E ai ike kahi, e kapi ike kahi. That is our hope. I believe that is the foundation of this Tri-Wait, so that we can return to this time where we have enough to eat right now in the present, and we also have enough for another time, a future time for us to eat that ono. I'm gonna pass it off to Eric, and before I do so, I just want to say that it was an honor and a privilege for me to sit upon this boat one day. It was the dive boat, and Eric and Kid and some of these other very skilled scientists, divers were gonna go and do their survey. And I sat upon that boat and I thought, here it is. This is the ikena akahawai, the genius and the that intelligence of our kupuna. Here it is, this olelo no eau, a'ale pau ka ike i ka halau ho'okahi. Not all knowledge is sought in one school, in one halau. And so again, to honor the many different halau or schools of learning, of thought, of ike. And that's what I believe we continue on in our walk in our Tri-Wait, Why Wait initiative. And I just mahalo you all. And eya no, Eric, mahalo piha.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Auntie Ku'ule. And let me get my screen shared. And can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Eric Conklin with the Nature Conservancy. I will never be able to match the eloquence or power of Ku'ule, so I won't try. I will just say that it has been our distinct and humble privilege to play a small part in contributing to this community's efforts to manage their place. What I'm going to be talking about today is the scientific monitoring that's gone behind informing the efforts of the Ka'opalehu community. The Conservancy has had the pleasure of working with the community for over the last decade. The projects that we have worked together on have evolved over the years, as seen on this timeline here, and I'll get the videos out of the way. And it started off with, community fish monitoring, just jumping in the water with members of the community to see what's there, creel surveys and Manini studies to get a little bit more sort of hard data on what's happening in the place to help inform strategies on what might work to restore, evolving into conservation action planning. So just a process to help the community articulate their vision for what they want to see and what is important to them and what the most effective strategies to achieve that vision are. That led to the establishment of the Marine Reserve in 2016. And then since then, we've also been working with the community on Fish Path, which Natalie will talk a little bit more about, but a process to try to help develop the sustainable fisheries management plan so that at the end of that Tri-Wait period, there can be long-term sustainable harvest from that place. But the focus of today's presentation, from my portion of today's presentation, will really just be about the scientific monitoring that TNC has been able to help contribute to this suite of efforts. And what we've done is, so this is the area that we're talking about. So the Ka'opalehu Marine Reserve, which is nested within the Ka'opalehu FRA and the west coast of Big Island, established in 2016, 3.5 miles of coastline, no harvest for 10 years. The monitoring that we did started off with just a small set of monitoring points, which are these dots here within this shaded area, which is what would become the Marine Reserve. And each of these points represents an area where our team jumped in the water and used a standard set of monitoring methods to collect data on the fish and benthic bottom communities in those areas. That was 2009. 2010 we expanded, 11 we expanded, 12 we expanded, 13, 14, 15. You get the idea. We put a lot of time into monitoring. This 2015 figure shows the cumulative number of surveys we had done prior to the establishment of tri-weight. So this is the baseline against which we can measure the effectiveness or the changes that happen throughout the entire area, inside and outside of the reserve, in response to the implementation of the rest area. We jumped back in the water in 2016, just a month and a half after the implementation of the rest area. And then again in 2018, 2 years after the implementation of that rest period. And the 2018 surveys are what I was gonna share results with you today from. So this map now just shows the suite of 182 sites we surveyed in 2018 and compared against the prior surveys. We have also collected data in 2019, but due to some staffing changes, we're a little behind in getting that data analyzed. And then we ran into COVID, so we haven't had a chance to really share those results back with the community and discuss the appropriate analysis and interpretation of those data yet. So I'm gonna constrain today's conversation or presentation to those data that we have from 2018. So moving on to just a subset of the results from those 2018 surveys. So on this panel of graphs here on the left, on the vertical axis is fish biomass, or the mean number of just the weight of fish seen on each of the transects we conducted, both inside in the solid line and outside in the dashed line, the tri-weight area, the marine reserve. And we're only 2 years in, so we didn't expect to see huge changes, but what you can see is from where things started out in 2016, immediately after the implementation of the tri-weight period, the biomass of all fishes has increased both inside and outside, and increased more inside than outside. If we look at just resource fish, which are the subset of fish that are harvested by fishers, we can see that same pattern with an even bigger increase and bigger separation between inside and outside. And if we look at prime spawners, which are the largest individuals of the resource fish, so those largest individuals that produce the most eggs, that are the most important for creating the next generation and the generation after that, we see an even bigger increase. Again, increases inside and outside, but a bigger increase outside or inside the rest area compared to outside of the rest area. So that's, again, only 2 years in. We were really excited to already start to see those kinds of changes, which we fully expected to take several years to start to manifest. If we dig into the data a little bit more and look at just some of the families of fishes that were of particular interest to members of the community, we can see some even more dramatic increases. 62% increase in targeted or harvested wrasses inside compared to a 3% increase outside, 30% increase in parrotfish compared to 3% outside, 46% increase in surgeonfish compared to 21% outside. So really exciting results of the reef community, the fish assemblage, responding very quickly and positively to the implementation of the rest period. And then just one last piece of data to share with you. This figure here on the y-axis again is fish biomass. Now on the horizontal axis, these green dots are inside the reserve. Moving into the graph is moving from the middle of the reserve in towards the northern boundary of the reserve. The vertical line in the middle of the figure is the northern boundary of the reserve. And then these red dots show the changes in fish biomass as you move away from the reserve boundary. And what we're seeing here is that, sure enough, inside the reserve, biomass is higher than in general outside the reserve. And outside, biomass is higher right along that boundary than it is the farther away you move from the reserve. So we think this is promising evidence that not only is biomass higher inside, but it is already starting to spill over into adjacent areas and benefit those adjacent areas and help restore the fish populations in the right along that boundary. These are all the data that we've been collecting specific to Kaopalehu, but we also have a really great opportunity with this fantastic data set that DAR has been collecting for over 20 years for the entire West Hawaii region. Now, the power of the DAR monitoring is really about looking at regional trends and the effectiveness of the state's management efforts along the entire coastline of West Hawaii. But there is great insight to be gained by looking at the one site that DAR has been doing long-term monitoring at within the reserve, and how that has been changing over a longer time period than our monitoring surveys have been able to encompass. So, and then these figures here show the results of those monitoring surveys, and you can see that if that if you go back into the early 2000s, into the 2010, 11, 12, you see these substantial declines in fish biomass over that period, that the community was really coming together and organizing and saying, yeah, things aren't what they used to look like. And sure enough, the data that DAR has collected from this one site is very much consistent with that. And then with the implementation of the rest period in the red line, you can see a big increase in the biomass of fishes, all fishes, targeted fishes again, those ones that are most targeted by fishermen shows that exact same pattern. If we look at fishes that aren't generally harvested, we don't see that same kind of pattern. Some declines initially, but no, not nearly that clear pattern of decline, and then recovery following the implementation of the rest period, which I think is pretty good evidence that it was harvesting pressure that was depressing the stocks of those targeted fish, and resting from that pressure is allowing those fish to start to recover. So just a quick summary of what I've been talking about. Resource biomass is increased inside the reserve. Prized species are much higher inside the reserve than they were before, and increasing at rates greater than outside the reserve. That spatial analysis we did show that there's evidence of spillover into adjacent areas. And a reminder that this is only 2 years into a 10-year rest period. So these are just the beginning of changes that we expect to see to continue to grow into the future. And then my last slide, our next steps are completing that analysis with the community of the 2019 data, continuing our regular monitoring to build that time series and document those changes over time, feed that data into development of sustainable fisheries management plan that Natalie will talk a little bit more about, and use the information to support other conservation action plan strategies. And to talk more about the future of the community's efforts in that area, I will hand the screen over to Dr. Natalie Kurishima.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Natalie Kurishima. I'm born and raised in Waipi'o on Oahu and live in Kona now. I'm proud to call North Kona my Kulaiwi, place where my ancestors are buried. I've had the privilege of working with the Ku'upulahu community for 9 years now, and for the last 4 years been the Kamehameha School's seat on the Ku'upulahu Marine Life Advisory Committee, the KMLAC. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Okay. Yes.
Mahalo. Let me get my notes up. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about some of the projects that the KMLAC has been working on since the rest period. And I really want to emphasize that during this rest period, we are extremely active, and that all of our projects are guided by our 2015 Conservation Action Plan goals. And you can see here we have about 10 different topic areas with the overall focus to restore and steward the coastal and nearshore natural and cultural resources of Ku'upulahu. So in this presentation, I'm just going to highlight a few of these projects. So the first one, planning for sustainable fisheries management. In order to malama the marine food resources of Ku'upulahu, we have begun to develop a comprehensive sustainable fisheries management plan with community members, DAR staff, NGOs, fishers, and researchers. And the overall goal here, like Auntie Ku'ule was talking about, is to ensure that Ku'upulahu's marine resources are healthy and at a level for perpetual harvesting by families of this area, and that our management is grounded in the traditions and values of this place. So the process actually began with an archaeological study to determine the marine resources consumed through time by looking at traditional and historical middens across the Ahupua'a. And then these results focused our initial planning on surgeonfish using an innovative fisheries tool called FishPath that Eric mentioned. We're currently expanding our planning process to all reef fishes beyond surgeonfish, and we're going to try, and this is to develop a suite of management actions, monitoring methods, and resource assessment protocols to effectively manage the return of harvest in 2026 sustainably when the rest area opens. And so the fish path tool allows us to test if a management action will have the intended effect based upon the life history information of each of the species that we're looking at. And a comprehensive management plan will be developed and will be shared with DAR and stakeholders, including fishermen, for feedback and further refinement. And so this is all in anticipation for the 2026 reopening where we will have sound management that ensures sustainable harvesting. And so part of that process, we're always having new research happening at Ku'upulahu, and all this research will be then fed into inform these management plans for sustainable harvesting. So we continue to work with the next generation of Kanako, Iwi, and Kama'aina researchers to forward our goals that we set out in the CAP. And so I'm just going to quickly highlight 3 projects here. For the last 10 years, Namako Nauna has conducted intertidal monitoring seasonally at Ku'upulahu, and they're working to determine productivity and carrying capacity of opihi and intertidal communities at Kalaimano to inform our sustainable harvesting. Kaikia Nakachi has been developing innovative, non-invasive methods to study mano and traditional kahu mano practices. One goal of his is to estimate population size for Kalaimano so that we can understand how these mano are using the area and if they're impacting other marine life. And then finally, Kui Kili'ipule'ole is starting her ancholine pool research at Ku'upulahu and other areas in North Kona so that we can understand sustainable harvest of opai ula from restoration, and this directly informs the restoration of our opelu ko'a, as opai ula is a critical palu or bait resource in Kekaha Vaiole's ko'a practice. We continue to do our own research as well at the Kiamelisi. So e kapi ke kahi, as Auntie Ku'ule said. And pa'akai is not just a preservative of food, it is a preservative of ancestral practice for the ohana of Kekaha. Auntie Lei Leitner has led the Kiamelisi efforts in the restoration of knowledge, practice, and the planning of physical restoration for our local pa'akai sites. She continues to cultivate and harvest pa'akai as her kupuna did, and now with local and educational programs. And this year, it's exciting, we started to experiment with imu puna, or the imu process, to create cement mortar from coral, which is a necessary first step in the restoration of our local pa'akai at Kalaimano. And what strings this all together is mo'olelo and ka'ao. So Auntie Hannah, who was supposed to join us today, but unfortunately couldn't, she often talks about the importance of not only repeating mo'olelo or ka'ao of the past, but focusing on understanding and embodying the sensibilities of that mo'olelo in our roles and decisions that we make in stewardship of Aina today. And so we also focus on creating new mo'olelo to share and apply to our stewardship practices practically. And a part of our mo'olelo is enforcement. So KMLAC has had a long-standing relationship and good communication with DoCare. And Uncle John Kahiapo is a regular attendee at our meetings. DoCare has a really solid response rate to our needs. And since 2016, you can see here, we've had only 9 incidents of illegal fishing at Ku'upulahu. And the KMLAC has also completed Makai Watch trainings so that we can be informed partners in our communication with them. And part of preventing these incidents is really outreach and education to local fishers. We've hosted 2 invasive fish capture events at Kalaimano in 2018 with DAR permission through a special activities permit. We hosted a Roy Roundup at Kalaimano. At this event, we collaborated with scientists from UH Hilo to conduct Cicatera and morphology research, but really the most important outcome was to talk story face-to-face with the fishers of Kona about why we wait. And in informal interviews that we did with each of the divers, they all noted their skepticism of the rest area, but after their diving experience at Ku'upulahu, they all expressed support for tri-weight, and they could really see their replenishment for themselves. We are also currently developing a fisher hui to increase the involvement of local fishermen in our management planning going forward. And this is really to get not just the KMLAC, but it's beyond this. It's the entire community of Kona to understand why we wait, why we salt some, why we eat some, and why we still have some for our mo'opuna to eat in the future. So pipi holoka'au, mahalo. So that's all we have for today.
Well, thank you very much. You guys are doing wonderful work, and it's really rewarding to see this progress over all the many years, and to, for the land board to have our own history in the process for you to get these rules established. We are very, very interested in the progress here, and obviously it has relevance to other proposals that come before us. And so it's very, very encouraging to see those results here. And we are very much appreciative of all of your work on this. Board members, we have a very knowledgeable crowd with us. What questions do you have on this topic?
I'll let Kaivi go first.
Kaivi.
Oh, okay. I'm aloha, and thank you for that presentation. That was very informative. I'm guessing that the trajectory or the lines that the increase of fish biomass, the trajectory that it's on, the hope is that it continues on that track, and I'm sure it will. My question is, how are you guys tracking other threats other than direct threats like fishermen in the area or divers in the area? I'm talking about more like environmental threats like climate change and sea level rise.
I can take a first crack at answering that and see if others want to jump in. We do have, through the biological monitoring information, we do have like information on, say, the 2015 coral bleaching event and the recovery of the reef from that event. We are, because of the way we sample, we actually have a pretty good data set that we can then query for spatial effects associated with other things. And so we have in the past and are continuing to look at, say, the impacts of water quality, nutrient inputs, and those sorts of things. And then using that same data set to say, do we see associations of diminished reef condition in areas where you have greater nutrient inputs? If so, what are the things we can do to address those inputs? So we are using the information that we have available and trying to identify additional threats and collect that additional information compared to what we've got, so that we are looking comprehensively at what's going on there and making sure that the management strategies address all of the different things affecting that area as best as possible. I'll stop there and allow anyone else to add context to that if they'd like.
Yes, similar to that, we collect a lot of data on coral bleaching and coral health via our surveys at our those same 25 coastwide sites that we have in West Hawaii. So we do benthic surveys where we're taking photographs of the seafloor to assess coral health and coral bleaching effects, and trying to, again, compare those metrics of habitat quality to fish biomass, fish abundance, etc.
Is there any data to substantiate that line would be affected by these threats, or are we still needing to call that data, gather?
Yeah, I think as Eric said in his presentation, we are still 2 years into this sort of 10-year tri-weight period. So I think it does take a little bit longer to really see the full effect of these trends. Yeah, and I think looking at this sort of in multiple different ways, looking at the historical vantage from the DAR data as well as the TNC data that's more heavily focused right in the Kaupalehu area, and seeing kind of a broader look at the general region there is important for that.
Okay, other questions?
Well, I think Natalie was going to say something too.
Oh, sorry, Natalie.
I was just going to add that we did have a coastal seas research team looking at nutrient inputs from in various scenarios under climate change as well, which we many of us were part of that research team, so we can utilize that data as well.
I
If I
just
can,
wanted to add,
yeah,
oh, I'm sorry, Sam, e kalamay, e hui kalamay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
I just wanted to, and I don't know that it's directly, maybe it's a little indirectly related to the question, but right, we do know of the heavy development that's in the area of Kaupulehu. So working very closely with the landowner, Kamehameha Schools, in looking at ways that we could, I mean, not just voice concerns, but what are the things that we can do to look at because of the development and all of the things that kind of come with that. What are we doing to ensure or at least monitor, right? Things like water quality monitoring. That's something that I do know there's a long-standing record of water quality testing that's been done, I believe to present as well, but also that we also have a Kaupulehu Foundation. And as a board member on that foundation, we're able to support, financially support, funding wise, to various entities, two of which are directly related in our CAP. So we fund or support the Namaka Onauna group in their surveys particular to Kaupulehu. And then we also lend support to the greater KMLAC in looking at some of our action plans, and moving them forward as well. So yes, eyes on many things, many things that it's just multifaceted, like he'e with many ave, many things for us to champion and maka'ala on.
Mahalo.
Yeah, mahalo nui a oko apo for this update. It's great to get the scoops on the details of these things. We know that we hope for the best when these were established, and we're kind of BLNR and DLNR are kind of proud to have been played a part in setting this stage for what we see. And what we've seen in just a few years, or the start of the 10 years, is just so promising. So mahalo again. Chris, though, I was looking at what Eric showed of the DAR monitoring of West Hawaii sites, and I agree that there was this downward slope, and then after the establishment there was this up peak. But I also noticed that there was a pretty substantial drop at the very end of the graph. How do you explain that, and what do you think is going on there?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something I noticed as well, starting to parse through our data. I really think that a lot of that is driven by the fact that this is a single site within the greater West Hawaii context. So our data set is more focused, as Eric said, on the entirety of West Hawaii. And what that means, unfortunately, is that we only have one specific site that's within the Kaupulehu location, within the reserve overall. So that particular spot has been hit by some habitat degradation. I wasn't here prior to see what this looked like a few years ago, but from what I hear, it has turned more from a finger coral rich area to sort of a coral rubble spot, specifically where our surveys are located. We do additional surveys where we do a free roam around the site at the end of the transects themselves. And that kind of gives us an idea of the fish populations in the general area. And just doing that swim around, it's clear that the area surrounding that is still looking very healthy. There's a lot of healthy coral and more fish diversity and abundance in the surrounding areas. But just where our transects themselves are located, unfortunately, kind of shifted in its habitat type. So I think that's where the TNC data really come in to really look at the area overall in a sort of more detailed look. And yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Mahalo for that, and for that explanation makes a lot of sense. I was thinking about the Enkiline pools and the study therein, and certainly that goes hand in hand with issues of sea level rise and the like. It'll be it'll be fascinating to see in the years to come the changes in the configuration of those anchoring pools. Maybe the merging of some of them with the ocean, and the creation of others as groundwater and sea level rise higher. So we'll all be watching closely.
Jimmy?
Yes, I'd like to say mahalo to all of you for all your hard work and passion that you have for this. This is very important. I think we can see some of this right now happening with this COVID-19, with not the tourists or people engaging in our resources of it coming back, you know, in just such a 2.5, 3 months. So your project moving forward 2 years, imagine what 10 years would look like. It would be wonderful. We do need to wait and take our time, you know, so our resources can come back again to replenishment for our people of Hawaii. Thank you. And Kule, please give my aloha to your daddy and your sister Dee.
Other questions or comments, board members?
We're just very proud of you.
Yeah.
Mahalo for this.
And it's really wonderful to see you all. And personally, I'm looking forward to going and checking out firsthand how it looks.
Beautiful job.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mahalo. Have a nice week.
Mahalo.
Aloha.
Okay.
That was nice.
That was very nice.
Very nice. Very well done.
Anyone need a break? If not, we're gonna continue to skip ahead until we have a full house again. So I'm gonna go to the K and M items next. K should be Trevor. Okay. So we'll do K1, and then after that we'll do the M items, the DOT items. So Trevor, you are on mute, and we don't have your video. If you have video available.
Good morning, Chair. I believe you need to allow my video, or the secretary.
Yeah. Okay. Now try.
Good morning, Board. Chair Trevor Fitzpatrick, Staff Planner with the Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. So I'm here to present item K1, which is the third time extension request by Maxon and Shaw for the completion of their single-family residence in Haiena, Honolulu, Kauai. On September 11th, 2015, the board granted CDUP KA 3744 for the Maxon Shaw single family residence, subject to 26 conditions. Excuse me. On September 19th, 2018, the chair granted an initial time extension for the construction of the single family residence to be completed by September 11th, 2019. This first time extension request was due to work delays sort of caused by the initial contractor who was then replaced. And then on September 27th, 2019, the board approved a second time extension request to complete the single family residence due to the historical floods of April 2018, as well as the floods that are associated with, or were associated with, Hurricane Lane in August of 2018. That new completion date was for the single family residence was June 30, 2020. On May 20th of this year, we received a request from Mr. Hong, who is the consultant for Maxon and Shaw, for a third time extension request. This is related to the global pandemic of COVID-19 and the shutdown and lockdown orders that have been in place. We're recommending approval of this third time extension request. They've requested for approximately a year, so the new completion date would be, I believe, June 20th of 2021. One thing we would like to remind the applicants and landowners of is condition 12 of the permit, CDUP CAW 3744, and that is, should historic mains such as artifacts, burials, or concentration of charcoal be encountered during construction activities, they need to cease all construction and contact SHPD. The landowners and their agent have indicated that they still need to install their individual wastewater system. We note that a archaeological inventory survey was done in the area of the proposed individual wastewater system, and that came back negative. But due to the fact that burial remains have been found in close proximity to this property, we want them to be aware of this condition of the permit. I will turn it over to the applicants to answer any or provide any feedback, and I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, questions, board members?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
What's the square footage of this home that's being built?
Mr. Maxton, you are on mute, so. Okay, there you go.
Is Walton Hong on as well, or just myself?
I think it's just you. Oh, wait, now he's on. Hang on a second.
Board Member Gomes, according to the staff report for the CDUP, the residence was supposed to be 3,492 square feet.
Okay. I was just curious. I mean, I know they had that flood in Kauai a couple of years ago, so I can understand the extension. Within a year, you think to be completed?
Yes.
For the CDUP, the residence was supposed to be 3,490.
While we're waiting for the second person to come on, the lockdown, I suppose Kauai's mayor closed down all construction work as well, because on Oahu, the lockdown did not, it excluded construction as an essential activity.
On Kauai, construction that was deemed essential was allowed, but construction like ours, which single family residence, that was all completely shut down.
Thank you for that clarification. I just note that I saw lots of construction of single family residences on Oahu, but it's good to know that that on Kauai the situation was different.
It was different. It seems to me
being
that
the case, yeah, I mean the delays in construction are there's just nothing you can do about it.
there isn't. We really appreciate the accommodation.
Yes, it is.
All right, I see, I guess it's Mr. Hong is on the line. Did you have anything to add?
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to
Cindy,
computers
you're
and
really breaking
internet.
up. Speak up or do something. I'm really very sorry.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the board for
I
this
can,
opportunity
not
to
very
appear
loud, but go
before
ahead. I can
you.
hear you better.
I'd like to just make a few comments if I may. First of all, the applicants are not trying to delay this project in any way. They acquired this property in the late 90s, saving money to build on this for the retirement. And all of these delays, much to their concern, has resulted in additional costs. Was their motivation is to get this project completed as soon as possible. COVID-19 and the pandemic, unfortunately, in addition to the direct effects that everyone is aware of, shutting down of construction for non-essential workers, etc., also included indirect effects. The applicants ordered a lot of their building materials through U.S. suppliers, and a lot of these items were being manufactured in Asia. Well, when the virus started hitting, the production in Asia just took a downturn. Production slowed down, shipping were delays. So they're having trouble even to this very date of getting some of the materials that were ordered months ago shipped into Kauai to finish the work. Then once the stay-at-home order was lifted, it's not to say, okay, it's lifted today and now everybody can go back to work and we're all going to rush back to the Maxon residence to finish their work. The different trades are involved that have to be coordinated. And of course, these subcontractors have a lot of other jobs and they're trying to coordinate with their other tradesmen. All of these have resulted in unfortunate delays that's beyond our control. I guess you can say it's almost like the perfect storm: the floods, COVID, the delays. And for that reason, we do need an extension. The house is substantially completed. I mean, we've got most of the work done. Insofar as most of the work is now inside of the house, with the exception of the wastewater, and we do acknowledge Mr. Fitzpatrick's comments about when we start excavating or digging for the septic system, that we will have to be cognizant, and we accept that, of any archaeological finds. Should we uncover any remains or anything, we will abide by the rules of historic preservation, that stop work, notify them, and take whatever steps that are necessary to resolve those issues. Other than that, I have nothing really else to say except to ask for your indulgence and support of this additional extension, so we can finish up the house without violating any of your rules and regulations.
Thank you for that clarification. We did hear a lot about that, but your addition of the indirect effects of shipping from Asia and et cetera, and coordination of activities once the lockdown is lifted, all of that makes perfect sense. I hope that you guys are able to batten down what you do have as Hurricane Douglas homes in on the archipelago.
Oh, don't I don't even want to think about that.
I hear you. There's a brand new house right across the street from my house, and I'm worried about them. They have all kinds of construction material lying around, and their house is mostly complete, like yours sounds like it is, and I wonder what they're going to be doing in the next 2 days to get everything secure.
Yeah, well, I guess the only blessing we have is this house started after Hurricane Iniki, so we do have hurricane straps. Hopefully that'll help.
Okay, any other questions, board members? All right, hearing none.
In lieu of Kauai, I move to approve.
All right, is there a second? I heard,
Second.
I saw Jimmy. Okay, I saw Jimmy, but I heard Kaivi.
Second.
All right, Jimmy seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, noting that is at the moment Gone, Case, Yoon, Char, and Gomes. Thank you all
Best of
very
luck
much.
to you folks.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go to the M items now. Darlene, I don't see the DOT airports. Let's do M10 right now. Olivia? Okay, M10, Olivia Pham.
I don't see her yet or hear her.
I see her name, so she's looking in here.
Okay, she's coming online.
There you go.
Hello?
I think you're on now. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, don't see you yet though.
Oh, no, I don't have a camera, but good morning. My name is Olivia Pham. I'm a property manager with DOT Hoppers, here to answer any questions about item M10, which is the amend of prior board action.
Okay. Questions, board members? So this is a correction, is that right?
Yes, we are restating the perpetual non-exclusive easement.
Okay, any questions?
Okay. Yeah, if it's just a tax map key correction, then I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We'll give that to Vernon Char. For a second, all in favor, aye? Say
Aye.
aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Gone, Case, Yoon, Char, and Gomes. Thank you, Olivia.
Harbors also has item M7 through 9 as well.
Oh, okay, go ahead. 7 through 9. Okay, got it. Go ahead.
So I'll answer any questions if the board has any regarding those items.
Okay, board members, any questions on M7, 8, or 9? Those are month-to-month revocable permits for harbors. Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve those two items?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous with those 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to M1 now. Mr. Lai. Here we go. Wait, ask to unmute. Can you unmute your phone?
There you go.
Good
Okay,
morning,
you have
Secretary.
items M1 through 6.
Good morning.
These are
board members.
revocable permits. Let me ask board members, do you have any questions on M1 through M6? Airports revocable permits. Mr. Char, and you're going to need to unmute.
Okay.
There you go.
The only consideration is that on M4, I need to recuse myself. The other items I'm fine on.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. If not, somebody want to make a motion to approve M1 through 6 as submitted?
Move to M1 through 6.
Second.
Okay. All right. Noting Mr. Char's recusal on M4. Otherwise, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, those pass. Thank you very much, DOT airports. And then we have M11. Darlene, do we have somebody for M11?
Farmington Highway replacement of bridge. Oh, cool.
He didn't respond to the invitation.
Okay, does anyone have questions on M11?
Move to defer. No, just voting.
If no questions, do we have a motion to approve M11 as submitted?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes. unanimously. Thank you very much.
That just leaves the,
Yeah,
No.
actually, we're going to go, sorry?
We have J, boat and recreation.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're actually going to go back to E3. We're not going to withdraw it. So I need to
Oh.
get state parks back in here.
I'm gonna withdraw. You're muted, Kurt.
Hello, thank you. I'm so sorry, my apologies. While we were doing the pitch for the other submittals, the tenant called our other property management staff, and upon review of everything, got cold feet and then asked us to continue with the forfeiture of the lease. So my apologies. So thanks for this second opportunity to chat with you guys.
All right. Are there any questions, board members, on this at E3? All right. If not, is there a motion to approve E3 as submitted?
This is
So moved and submitted.
second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, that passes.
Hey, mahalo, you guys. Really appreciate the second helping. Be safe. Have a good weekend.
Same to you.
Okay, I'd like to call a short break. The items we have left are D3, J1, and J2. And I think
That's
we will
correct.
go to J1 next when we come back from our break. And I am not going to call a break at 11:15 as previously announced. We'll just go straight through.
How long is
So
it?
how long is this break?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Cherries. The bowl has cherries. I just had crackers and peanut butter. I should have crackers and hummus. There's nuts. you going to have a lunch break or you don't know?
We're not going to break for lunch.
Wow, 60 new cases of COVID today. 60. Record number. Oh my God, I don't think the school should open.
It's great.
It's scary.
You see, we have a Zoom meeting with Rick Moon.
Yes. Yeah. Anna's coming after 3 o'clock today to cut my hair, and she can do yours if you want.
You safer yet? I know I heard the voice.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the bank in a little while. And if you're really good, I might even bring you some things. Because that's where the bank is, but I don't know.
It was a long line, no, sorry about it.
Hampers, the
This is breaking news. Governor Cuomo is giving an update on the coronavirus pandemic in New York. Let's go to it now.
Time with COVID also. Pack disruption. You know what pack disruption is? Dog has a sense of a pack. Then all of a sudden other people come into the home and now the pack is disrupted. It's a very real issue that we're dealing with. To my right, everybody knows Kelly Cummings, Director of State Operations. To my left, everybody knows Beth Garvey, Special Counsel to me. Today is day 146 in beautiful Albany. It is all good news today. 650 hospitalizations. 650 hospitalizations is about 56 lower than yesterday. It is the lowest since March 18th. So this is really good news and exciting news. Good news for a Friday. 156.
Either I'm in a time warp where that's a really long 5 minutes.
Hey, Sam, I thought I heard you say something. We're not back yet? Anybody? Are we back yet? Am I making a mistake?
I don't think so, Vernon.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The long 5 minutes.
Yeah, Sam nailed that. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
Hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can. Okay, great.
Good morning, good afternoon, board members. Russell Tsuji for Land Division. Getting back to our agenda item, remaining one is D3. The request for a issuance of a revocable permit to Tracy Hayward for invasive species control purposes. And first off, I did see a lot of testimony, primarily claiming from neighbors saying that they were using the parcel that you're proposing to RP to Tracy Hayward as their access to the ocean, the shoreline. And after discussing that with the applicant, they were willing, we came to some language that I just thought we'd suggest adding into our submittal text on page 4 at the end of the third full paragraph, to say something to the like, nothing in this revocable permit or this submittal is intended to prohibit the exercise of traditional and customary practices as provided by law, or as may be required by law. Now, for access purposes, we went back and looked at the various maps, and if you can refer to exhibit A2 on your submittal, which is probably the best map that we got, showing the layout with reference to a government road. At the top of that is what is known as Hana Highway. And as you can see, between lots 4 and 5 on exhibit A2, there is an indication of a 20-foot road, 20 feet road, 20 feet wide road going towards the ocean, and then banking to the right, our right, towards the pool. What is unclear is whether the road continues all the way down to the ocean, but it does show that it clearly, and this map, as well as the county maps that I've looked at, show the road goes at least into the pool area, which I think the pool area may be either at or very close to the shoreline. Yeah. So what I was thinking, and this is just my thoughts on this, was that, to the extent that people in the community wanted to access the shoreline, really they should look at this particular road, which we believe is labeled a government road, so it'll be under the county jurisdiction, or if they're not maintaining it, maybe the community members would be willing to maintain it so they can have access to the shoreline. What is unfortunate is I think what happened in the past is this parcel had previously been under RP for many, many years for pasture purposes. And it may be, I understand that maybe the permittee may have been just agreeing to let people cross over it, but it wasn't ever documented as a formal type of access, and certainly not from our records anyway.
So Russell, this is Jimmy.
Yes, Jimmy.
What I've been hearing from the public and from other people is that government road is totally overgrown. And they're saying, when they went back, this is an allegation, or this is something that was told to me, that the county said it's a state road. The state said it's a county road. So therefore, no one knows who the road belongs to, or the old government road. But they would like to have some kind of formal right-of-way for the community to come down. And for me, when I see some of the testimonies coming from kupunas, or I should say people who have lived in Hana for many, many generations, their old Kama'aina family, I tend to believe what they're telling me. And, you know, these are very good families, you know, that have come back. But if we can implement, or there is formally a right of way for these community to get access to the ocean, I'm fine with it, because it's only an RP, yeah. And I had seen pictures of this property that had a derelict vehicle, cement bags, a plywood, a hollow block, you know, CMU. I was told it was cleaned up. I'm not sure. I just had pictures of it, but who's going to be responsible for that in the cleanup? Would it be the RP applicant, or, you know, or would it be the state has to clean that up? Some of the pictures I see with the trees and so forth, I don't see an understory of invasive weeds, and, you know, so I don't have a full preview. But listening to the testimony, or listening to the people who have called me, you know, they're against it because they can't have access. So I would like to see these people to have access, and then we can come back and address the other items or problems that this particular property has.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons we'd like to have someone occupying the property is for that purpose, to prevent dumping and to secure the site. Yeah, when you don't have anyone on there, it's a free. This is way out in Hana. We don't have staff out there. I mean, that's what's going to happen, unfortunately. As to the government road, you know, that's marked out on Exhibit A2. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt, if no one's maintaining it, then it might be overgrown. But what I'm, you know, and unfortunately the county is saying that's not theirs. We have Bill Weinoff on here, who's our Deputy Attorney General, who's very familiar with roads, that we've gone to trial on some of these cases. That the position of the state is that whenever it's labeled on a government map such as this, as a road, as a government, part of a government road, the DLNR and the BLNR does not have jurisdiction over that. By operation of laws, and it'll be up Chapter 264 of the HRS, going back for many years, transferred title as well as management, you know, and everything over to the respective counties. Yeah, oftentimes the counties fight back and they dispute it, but that's what we have here. I always suggest, that's why I had suggested, if the county is not going to maintain it, perhaps if members of the community who would like access to the shoreline could help out and by maintaining it. One of the things, probably what was happening in the past on this parcel, the 1.84 acres, is that it was always occupied and maintained. And obviously, if it's maintained, people better cross over that, you know. But from a landowner standpoint, it's kind of, you know, although the RP holder possibly could get immunity out of the recreational statute for anybody falling down on there, but the state is not. That's clear. And so our concern is we'd like to have someone occupying it, insuring it, indemnifying the state, and not just for liability purpose, but for taking care of the site and making sure it's well maintained. Otherwise, we get complaints all the time, people dumping stuff and stuff. I don't know, Bill, you got any comments on this road thing? I mean, that board member Gomes brought up.
I don't have anything to add to what you said, Russell. I think you said it very well. I'm happy to respond to any particular questions. It's a very sore subject in a lot of different areas, Jimmy, and other board members.
I mean, I'd like to be able to say, let's grant them access through the road and have them maintain a, like akin to an easement, because if you recall, we've done other similar kind of situations in a big settlement. If you recall, a while ago, is Oceanside 1250 in the Kona area, where it was an access road, I think, right, and or something like that, access or walking path. But anyway, it was an easement that the board granted as part of a settlement of that global settlement to I believe an association that would allow more than one entity or more than one person to cross over the area, basically the community who cross over the area. But it was done or documented a regular easement kind of context. Here, being that the government road is laid out already on the map, I mean, the law would provide that it is a government road, and again, our position is that the county now, understanding the county is rejecting that. My question would be, would the community who wants to access the ocean, and this road apparently leads right to the ponds, be willing to take it on and maintain it and use it as their access? I don't know if anyone's here to answer that question, but.
Well, let's hear from the applicant. I'd like to hear from the applicant. I see that she's here in the meeting, and we have Chris here too, Mr. Hamilton, I guess, Harrington, excuse me. See what they have to say, and you know, I reserve my comments then too.
Thank you. I'm Tracy Hayward, and I am the applicant. I'd like to set up this conversation today with Chris Harrington, who in fact is the realtor who sold me the home, which I now occupy. And I would like very much to have outline the property. And then I can please speak to the property road that we're in discussing, because I have no problems with where we're going with this, because it's really about good land stewardship. Chris, what would you like to say to just ground this meeting? I would appreciate your input.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. So I had a lot to say on this, but I just want to address the kind of the biggest issue after reading through all the testimonies from the community, many of those people who I know. There was a lot of misinformation out in the community about Tracy's intention with this permit. All she has wanted to do is run cattle in this, or put 2 cows in the same spot that they've always been on this property, which is pretty much the southern portion of it, in front of 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little bit of 5 part, if you look at the map. That keeps the weeds down in that area. The other area near Venus Pool is under a canopy of trees. That's where a lot of that trash and the photos that, if you looked at the submittals this morning, those photos were included of all the trash on the property. They weren't there yesterday, but they are there today. And so the community had heard that she wanted to fence off this entire area, and that's just not true. It's not even feasible. It's just putting the cows back where they were in the same area, which nobody ever had an issue with. I also want to just say that government road, it's kind of in no man's land, and through this process, we figured out what it is, and it makes sense to let people go through there. But Tracy doesn't deny people going through her property to get to that state land when they have approached her. I used to live on parcel 1. I would let people go through there. Nobody has to ask for permission to go across the state land, but any of these residential lots, 1 through 8, and maybe that last one too is personal property. You know, if somebody wants to go through there, the polite thing to do is ask the owner of that property, and that's what's historically been done. The other thing though that I want to address, and my partner, Leo Connie Pryor, and I have been talking to Suzanne Case over the last couple of years about how to conserve a lot of this Makalai land, which is semi-adjacent to this. It's on the other side of the Waihonu stream. And there is a nonprofit in Hana that was started as a result of somebody wanting to buy some of that land and develop it. And it's now a very successful, it's had a lot of success. It's called Kehauali'i. I'm not speaking on their behalf right now. I want to make that very clear. But they have purchased their first big parcel of that land, and the realtor, Lisa Starr, who is representing them, donated her commission back as seed money to manage that land, and she intends to do that with the purchase of the rest of the parcels, which are also which they have success with grant money to buy those. Once that organization has a good track record, I think it would be very exciting and hopefully possible, and I think Suzanne agrees with me, and the members of the community I've spoken to agree, that these parcels, the 1.84 acres, and the oceanfront parcel in front of it, which includes part of Waihonu Stream, could eventually be put into conservation if that nonprofit is willing and able to accept it. they're just not ready now. And so having this land stewarded until then, I think is a really great idea, because when and if the time comes for it to be put into conservation, it's going to not be a burden to this nonprofit. So I think that's a really great reason to accept this application. And just for my own sake, when we heard that the community was worried about Tracy blocking access, we went to the BLNR and asked for additional language to be put in. And Tracy also put in the public record statement that you guys got that she has no intention of doing that. I would be the first person to rise up to revoke that permit if she didn't keep her word. I just want to put that out there. I firmly believe that her intentions are honest and pure in this, and that she just wants to maintain that land in front of her property. So anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions. I've read through every submittal of testimony, and I can address any concerns in there as well if anybody has questions. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Harrington, Jimmy again, yeah. When we spoke, you
All right, can 1 second. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me, because I was having some audio trouble there.
I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
So, Mr. Harrington, when we spoke, you had told me you had talked to a couple of the property owners, and you dropped 2 names. And you said that they are willing to change their testimony from opposing to in favor of Ms. Hayward's RP, or probably getting an RP. But I have not seen any of that. So it looked like they stand by their testimony, which are landowners that abut this property. You have anything to add to that?
Yeah.
Let me say there was one Wendy Berman testimony in there, and she notes that she had initially opposed and now supports. I think it's
Okay,
about
that's one. Okay, how about Mr. Rob?
Sorry.
I did not see Mr. Oliveira change his testimony at all. I think he still has concerns that she wants to block off access to this. And I'm not sure what more we can really do to alleviate those concerns other than what we've done, which is to publicly state that she has no intention of blocking anybody from crossing that land. This parcel isn't even the oceanfront parcel. So that's another piece of this. But so I'm not sure where Joe Oliveira is at it with right now, but he did not change his testimony. You're correct. The neighbor across the street put in that was a handwritten letter. That was a letter of support. So that's what I know.
So it looks like most of them all want to get an access to come through, to go to the beach, to do whatever they want to do, recreational or their cultural rights or whatever. So if you're saying that, Ms. Hayward is not going to be blocking them, or any of the neighbors will be blocking any of the community to get access, I'm okay with this RP, and we can tweak it a year from now.
Other questions, board members?
I have a question, a couple of questions. Where is the trail that the people in the area use? Is there a set trail that people use?
I heard, this is Russell speaking, I heard, but I haven't seen it on a map anywhere on this RP site or any other state parcel, but I heard that there may be one, it looks like one more on the Hana Ranch land side, but that's private land too. And I haven't seen a map to indicate a trail on that, so.
What about Mr. Harrington? Does he know?
Yeah, there's a couple things here. There's a path through. There's a path to Waioka Pond and the Waihonu Stream on the semi-adjacent Makalai lands. Those are the ones that are slated for conservation. That's where the community gets down to the ponds. As far as this piece of state land, there is a path on the south side on the Hana Highway, which is Puiki Hill, that goes down into this. There's a pathway that goes down into this property. That's still there as far as I know. The only other way is to either go through somebody's personal property or this road, which has always kind of been no man's land, and now we have some clarification on what it is. So there's, it's not used that frequently to go fishing, but it is a great fishing spot. People don't want to lose it, and they shouldn't. So we're all for that.
Well, I just really want to nail this down so that I understand this completely. When you say is there a path where people go through the private property and then pick up a trail through this state property that's proposed for the RP?
Aloha, this is Cynthia Day, and I am the property manager for Tracy Hayward. And I've lived here for 42 years, and I'm Malama, Ka'aina, and the Kai, and have much Hawaiian family here. And traditionally, through the 42 years that I've lived here, there is, as Chris spoke, a trail that comes off of the south side of Pu'uiki Hill that people have accessed and then come down across the ocean to go pick opihi and to fish. So that has been there as long as I've been here. But the other thing that I wanted to address is that Tracy owns the property, I think it's lot 1. And traditionally, all the neighborhood has come through her driveway and down through the pasture to get to the ocean. So many times they come and just say, hey, Tracy, I'm going down to the ocean. Many times they just go through, and Tracy has never once and never will block anyone to have access, whether it is walking through her driveway to go down to the ocean, or the trail on the other side of the property, or the government road. That has never ever been an issue with anybody in this community or in the neighborhood. And I've been witness to that because I've been here, and I've had people call and say, hey, I want to go down and pick opihi tonight. Would you let Tracy know that if she sees headlamps that, or I'm going to go pick crab, that's we're there. So there's never been an issue, and I'm not sure where all this came from, but I do my best to steward the land. And when I work with someone such as Tracy, to assist them in understanding the Hawaiian culture and integrating her into the community. She's been very generous to nonprofits. In fact, she had the K.L. Hauli'i board to her home and Uncle Irish to discuss how to move forward in securing some of these coastal lands for the community to have in perpetuity for generations to come. So in my dealings with Tracy, I can only see her as being a support to the community, and I just wanted to hear.
Thank you.
Can I follow up just a little bit? You know, I'm not casting aspersions against anybody. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the situation here. So if they go down her driveway, then there's a path across this proposed RP that people have used, that people in the neighborhood typically or sometimes use.
It's really not. It's really not on that land, because they have to go past the border, the oceanside border, to get to the property that's actually on the shoreline. So that proposed piece for permitting doesn't even reach the shoreline. So if they go down alongside her property, they would cut over to the ocean that way. That's one option. Or they can walk across, but that's the option.
I'd like to add something to that. There's plenty of this whole pasture, when it's kept, is all walkable down to the ocean. So there's no specific path. The fencing that would be put up for the cows, Tracy has already, and this is important to actually add, that there's when she's consulted with Hana Ranch on how to put up new fencing, since a lot of it's rotted out from the old pasture, to leave openings for pedestrian traffic that blocks off the cows, and she intends to do that. So that even in the area where it's fenced for cows, people will be able to walk through. But she can't go right down to the ocean anyway. It's only on this portion. So however anybody wants to walk down, there's plenty of different ways. I don't think there's one specific path across this property. And I don't think there really needs to be, because people want to go to different portions of the coast.
If I can just mention just one thing with talk about going down to the ocean, there's actually a rope that has been there since before I secured this property. Like you go down, straight down like this. You go all the way straight down, and I have not even been down there. I mean, this is not exactly what you call beach access. I mean, this is off of a cliff. And so I just want to make sure you all know that you're not really accessing a beach per se. You're accessing cliff rocks where people go down there to actually pick a pee. And that's a local thing to do. They have access from the Hana Highway to literally park and go down and slide all the way down this rope and then come all the way back up. I mean, it is a practice.
Okay. So, and Russell, I just want you to confirm this. We're all agreed that there's a strip of public property along the top of the cliff that is not part of the RP. Not just the cliff, but there is, I don't know how wide it is, but this shows up on the map that you have.
Yeah, parcel 19.
That shows up on the map. So we're all agreed that, you know, it just simply does not include some width of property along the flat part of the top of the poly. Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is 1.84 acres does not hit the ocean or anywhere close.
Okay.
It leads, it's almost like what I think Bill said in the Gold Coast case, an easement that leads to nowhere. If you were to even think of putting an easement on the 1.84 RP site, it'll lead to nowhere, i.e. it will lead to the other parcel, which you don't, unless you have a right to go all the way to the ocean, you would have to get an easement all the way to the ocean from there on the other parcel as well.
But wait, that's either state property or county property.
It is
right?
state property, 119 unencumbered land right now.
No, but I mean, okay, the road parcel, you show it in yellow, but
that's not our land.
The way I looked at that old map was that it continued around the top of the Pali completely.
It looks like it, but I'm not so sure that was the map. I mean, I clearly know that the road goes from Hana Road down towards the ocean and then banks to the right and towards the pond. And I believe it leads to the pond. I see that it looks like it continues down towards the ocean, but I'm just not sure if that really is the intent.
It's not there now. I mean, it may be on a map, but it's the road from the government road to the 1.84 acres that exists. There's a fence on each property line with that area in between full of overgrowth. But once you get into the pasture, the left turn and the right turn to the poly, that's all overgrown, and I wouldn't even know how to find that part of the road. A lot of it's in the canopy of trees.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It was never paved or anything. It was just, it's marked, it's what we call laid out on a government map, which under HRS 264, it becomes a road. Yeah, and then on IE, if it's not a state highway, it's under the county jurisdiction. But like I said, I mean, if the community was willing to clear it, I don't think anyone would object as being their access. I mean, it's just that it would be kind of like, who's really authorizing it? Well, it's not our road to authorize, but they could, but they may not want to say that that's theirs. Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to point out that the parcel, the RP, that subject RP that we're talking about today, really leads to only 119, which then you would have to cross to get to the shoreline or get to the pond. Actually, I believe the pond gets 119 actually borders the pond, the pool that you see on the map. Yeah.
So I have a question. Is there any other parcels besides parcel 1 that Ms. Hayward has that people have been using to access the ocean? From what I gather from other people, they're going through other people's yards or properties to get to the ocean. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. She owns 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4 are actually one parcel now, but the other property owners along the way, 5, 6, 7, 8, they may or may not grant access to people through their private property. I don't know if they do or don't. But that would be some of the other traditional ways that people have gotten down to this land. It's not just on Tracy's land, it's any of those homeowners along that stretch.
Okay. So
I wonder.
basically the people in HANA that has submitted testimony is not fully clear of Miss Hayward's granting them access to come to her property, because they're totally in opposition. And this is why I'm saying there's some family names that I do know forever.
And again, they were being told that her intention was to fence off the entire 1.84 acres and that she was going to block access. And there were other rumors going around as well. And I've tried to reach out in public on Facebook and exactly explain what her intention is. We've also asked for this clause to be added to the permit that Russell spoke about. And she also put in public testimony her exact intentions that could become part of this record. I'm not really sure what else anybody could do to alleviate those concerns, but we've certainly done our best. And as I said, I would be the first one to join the effort to revoke this permit if she didn't keep her word.
And so would I.
I have good stewards.
Because I have half the town is my family.
Yeah.
So if I were to not be in a Pono place with any place on the INA here in this community, that would not be good for me.
Excuse me, I have family in HANA too. I'm born and raised on this island.
Yes, sure.
I'm wondering if we could tweak the condition just a little bit, because to just say, because they've said this, that they shall allow reasonable public access to the shoreline through the RP property. That doesn't require them to allow access through their own private property. That's another matter. To say the traditional and customary, I think is really kind of technical, and it leaves it open to a lot of debate about how long the access has been used for. I'm satisfied with the good faith of the applicants, but I think it's always best to have it, to have it written in a way that assures people of what is being done.
I agree, Chris.
Chris, can you specifically state what you would put as a condition?
Well, instead of the one that was orally added by Russell, it would simply say that they shall allow reasonable public access to the shore or along through this RP property.
That sounds fine.
Just keep in mind,
Does it sound okay to the applicant?
Tracy, are you all right with that?
Realizing that there is a government road that does give access, I have no problems with you actually stating in this revocable permit that there is access now to go straight down to the land if you want to write that in, because it is an access point. It is overgrown, but it is what it is, folks. I'm just trying to take care of what we're taking care of. I have no problem, and I grant access, and there is an access by this old road. So it's really, there is an access to actually gain access. It's already there.
If I could just clarify, since we're only talking about the RP parcel, the 1.84 acres.
Right.
And so all we're doing is making clear that in granting this revocable permit for the purpose of keeping the weeds down, as to that parcel, you won't prohibit reasonable access to the shoreline across that parcel.
No, I have no problems with what you're establishing.
And just to kind of add to this further, when we heard of this concern from the community, we contacted Suzanne and asked if a clause like that could be put in the permit. And Russell and she worked on that and came back to us with what they came back with. And I think, Russell, you didn't add the part about fishing and gathering, which we wanted put in, and I think it is in your final draft. Regardless, I didn't get a chance to get back and share that with the community and the people who were opposed. And I think that's going to solve a lot of problems with people's concerns. And so we just couldn't get it in the permit before this meeting. And that's why it was being submitted today. So nobody opposed. We want that.
Yeah, and if I may speak, Ian, about the condition, you know, and right now it may be okay because the parcel 19 is unencumbered, but if one day it becomes encumbered, the RP site would not be able to accommodate that condition because it would not be able to assure someone having access. In fact, right now, it can't even assure someone has access all the way to the shoreline. All it can do is say, you can walk on my property to get to 19. And 19 right now leads to the ocean. But if it's encumbered to a lessee, then that becomes like a private parcel. And that was one of the issues I had with saying it as to the 1.84 acre site, because it doesn't lead to the ocean is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. But meanwhile, we have looks like a perfect alternative already there if someone would just maintain it. Yeah. And the community would like, you know, I was hoping the community who wants access to the shoreline and wants to go fishing and all that would help take care of that government road to the extent no one else is. Unfortunately, we cannot. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. That's all I had.
Well, I would like to say that that's not our road, and so I think we need to be careful about telling people that they can maintain it.
So I'd be willing to work with Land Division to figure out a little bit more the status of that road. I think the point here is that Russell wants to make sure we're not further complicating things and creating something that's not there, and everybody else, everybody wants just to make sure that in granting this RP, we're not changing things as far as how people have been accessing the property. So I think this language that's proposed will probably do the trick.
Could you repeat the language, Chair? I beg your pardon.
Well, let me say it again, then, that the permittee shall allow reasonable public access toward the shoreline for fishing and gathering purposes. Over the
Chris,
RP
what
property,
about
if I didn't say that
recreational?
in there.
Chris, what about recreational use? Some people
Okay,
may not fish.
recreational. We can add recreational to that as well.
What does recreational entail?
They want to go down and look at the turtles. They want to look at the fish, or they want to just sit there and maybe watch the moon come up or something, or, you know, maybe do their pulley. You know, maybe they've got something more cultural related than fishing or gathering.
I understand. Thank you.
So we're talking about crossing the parcel to get to the shore.
Correct.
For all of the purposes.
Right. So if they're crossing over the private driveway.
Whose phone is that?
Not me.
If they're,
Okay,
if they're crossing over the private driveway, that's not part of the government's requirements on them. They can handle that as they're building. I'm just trying to make it clear that the public has enjoyed a certain access while this was unencumbered. And really, while it's unencumbered, the public can walk over it. And so now we're giving a RP, which normally involves site control. So let's just ensure that the public can continue going over there to the extent that they have been. And as I say, the applicant, it seems like we have more hypothetical issues rather than a real problem with how this is going to play out on the ground. Let's hope, at least.
So I've been told also that this particular parcel has been maintained by mowing. So you've been mowing the pastures, but what you want to do is fence it and put cattle rather than mow it. Is that correct?
I would appreciate a quieter process for managing the land. And it was determined that to steer would be a quiet way to actually keep the weeds abated.
Well, mowing it, you have a better result. Cattle will browse. Cattle will eat, not necessarily eat all of the weeds.
I think that.
But anyway, I understand what you're doing.
The important thing to know is, I mean, this was all done before. We're not trying to recreate anything new. There were 2 cows on this pasture with the previous owners and the permit holder of this land. People were able to cross and use the ocean. We're just wanting to do this exact same thing. It just hasn't been, Tracy applied for this permit 2 years ago and has been kind of waiting to hear and wondering, calling me and what's up, because I committed to seeing it through with her. And the fact that things were getting dumped on the land and neighbors were starting to mow it as well, it was time to really get it under stewardship so it could be done properly. And I think the cows make a lot of sense because they worked before.
Look, you know what, Mr. Harrington, cows can work, goats can do a better job than the cows as far as eating invasive weeds, as far as doing that. Sheep, but you may have other disease that come along with goats and sheep, but regardless, it can be done with animals, yes.
Yeah.
But if you want a pristine effect, like if you're mowing, a mowing will do a better job than cattle or goats or sheep.
Fair enough.
Maybe Mr. Gomes will bring his horse over.
I can get a lot of guys from Hana to do that. I have family who could do that.
We did have goats when Tracy inherited this property responsibility. There were 2 cows there that were getting quite old. So we had guys in the community come over and they took care of the cows and butchered them. And I say about 98% of all of the meat was given to families from Cowpoach, through Hana. And we did try goats, but if the electric fence was out, the goats come in and they ate. They danced on the lanai and they ate a lot of plants. So we were going to try to go back to 2 cows, but 1 horse is an option as well if we're going to do animal husbandry here.
You don't want a horse in there, believe me. But anyway, we're talking about this RP. I can talk to you about fences. I can talk to you about electric, whatever you want to contain a goat in there. But this is not the question here in mind. Is whether we're going to give you an RP or not.
Okay, so let's bring this together here. So right now we have some proposed language that we've clarified. So Chris, are you do you want to make a motion to, or Jimmy, make a motion to approve this amended to include the language that we just agreed on?
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, if not, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous, now including Gon, Case, Char, Gomes, Ewan, and Yoon. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Okay.
My battery is going to die. I might go off again for half an hour. I'm going to try connect in a different way, but if not, I might be off for about half an hour.
We'll probably be done, Chris.
We'll be done.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Why don't you stay on until your battery dies?
Okay, I'll stay on as long as I can.
Okay, we're going to do the J items now then.
Good afternoon, Board. Richard Howard for voting. Item J1 is the issuance of a right of entry permit to Healy Tibbetts Builders at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor. This is in support of the Alawai dredging project. We had previously issued an ROE for 6 months, and we need to extend it for another 3.5 months.
Okay, any questions on J1, board members? If not, is there a motion to approve J1 as submitted?
So moved.
Okay, I hear that from Mr. Char, second from Mr. Gahn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous among the 6. Okay, J2.
Item J2 is the consideration of settlement of disputed claims regarding boating lease LH-19-002 issued to Pacific Marine Partners at the Honopa'a Small Boat Harbor. PNP was the sole bidder for this lease, and they agreed to pay $35,250 per month, or 50% of gross receipts, whichever was greater. They had, subsequent to the commencement of the lease, they brought up numerous issues with the property. And at its meeting on May 20th, 2020, the board voted to terminate the lease due to non-payment of rent. Subsequent to that, the tenant has continued to pay, and they've paid over $185,000. So staff is asking the board to settle without admitting any liability, to issue a credit of $423,000, subtracting from that the amount that the tenant currently owes, and spacing that over approximately 20 months. Deputy Attorney General Bill Weinhoff is here to answer any further questions on this.
Okay, questions, board members?
If there, I have some questions, but I think this is a matter where, because we're talking about the potential litigation and estates, we want to hear the AG's candid assessments of various situations that should probably be and can legally be done in executive session. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to consult with our attorneys over the issues raised by this board submittal.
I would second that motion.
All right, any discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
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 So now you're going to open up the room,
Right.
Darlene,
Okay.
right?
Yes, I'll open up the
So-
room. I'll send you guys to the break room.
Yeah, and give me a minute. I'm going to try to connect a different way because as I said, my phone is going to die pretty
Okay,
soon.
we'll take a
Okay, thank you.
5-minute break
Okay.
and come back to executive session.
Okay.
Okay. No, still there.
Okay, we are back in the board meeting. We are on item J2. The board just went into executive session and we are back in the regular board meeting to act on J2. And Darlene, I know we had some written testimony on this. Is there anyone who is testifying live on this matter?
Nobody signed up to speak.
Okay.
Early.
All right, board members, any further discussion on J2? If not, does somebody want to make a motion on J2?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve J2 as submitted with one amendment, and that is that the Attorney General's office shall use due diligence in investigating whether other parties can be held responsible for some of the costs and losses incurred by the state in this matter, and decide whether to pursue those in litigation or otherwise.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Vernon, you're on mute.
I second the motion.
Okay,
Am I on?
any further discussion? Yes. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous with 6 voting. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you all very, very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Stay safe this weekend. Make sure everybody's prepared to keep yourselves and your family safe. And hope we all in Hawaii survive the storm as best as possible. Okay, take care. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.